All right. It's green. Okay. Whoa, here we go. Thank you. Thank you all for attending this evening. We're going to have our CRS open house and community discussion this evening. We would like you all to sign in if you haven't already. If you would like to speak, we will be having a presentation with all of our panelist speakers first, and then we will be opening the floor to questions and engagement. We will take the list if you've signed up to speak and go down the list and ask each of you to come to the podium to ask questions and engage with the panelists. So if you decide to speak between now and then and you haven't signed up, it's okay. We'll roll with it and we'll bring you on up if you'd like to. So now we'll begin the presentations.
Thank you, Cheryl, and good evening, everyone that's present, watching at home, to our staff and guests as well. We are really excited to be able to have this opportunity to answer questions about this issue, to go through what steps we've taken to correct this issue, and we hope that this will be informative and reassuring. At this point, kind of before we move forward, I would like to go ahead and have the panelists introduce themselves. Brian? All
right. Brian Carroll, Interim Director, Development Services.
Christian Summers, Building Official, Floodplain Manager, CRS Coordinator.
Danny Henson, I work with Tetra Tech, providing CRS support.
I'm Gilbert Guidon. I'm the Regional Flood Insurance Liaison and CRS Coordinator for FEMA at Region 6 from Denton, Texas.
Okay. Thank you very much. And at this point, I'll turn it over to Mr. Brian Carroll, who will go through the agenda and give us some additional information.
All right, and again, thanks for participating in this. We hope that this is informative about explaining some of the background, but then also focusing on what we're moving forward with. Real quick on the table of contents, basically we want to educate on what CRS is and how that works. Talk a little bit about what happened here in Bel Air. But then also move right into, here's our current status. There's a couple of things affecting insurance premiums, so we want to also explain Risk Rating 2.0, talk about our plan for renewal and what those goals are related to CRS, and then also, directly address what the impact is to you, the residents. So, next slide. So briefly, and Danny will kind of expand on this, but CRS is a voluntary program that communities, it recognizes those communities that really exceed those standards that the NFIP or the National Flood Insurance Program sets, and based on that, there's premium or discounts to the premiums that are associated with that. So, how does it affect residents? Those discounts? And there's really three goals that CRS kind of promotes, and that's being able to mitigate flood damage, talks or reflects how the program is reflected throughout the community, and supporting the acquisition of insurance or understanding how that is going to help you. And then also fostering comprehensive floodplain management. Basically, what procedures do you have in place to make sure that what's happening in development is considering the impact to the floodplain. So, and with that, we'll go to the next slide, and Danny, if you.
All right, thank you. Okay, so I'm just going to kind of do a 30,000-foot level review of the community rating system. I'm not going to say community rating system every time. I'm going to say CRS. It just takes a lot of time. So sorry for the acronyms, but that's just how, that's how FEMA works. This is their program. So we'll just go ahead, if you can just advance the slide for me, please. Okay, so the blue box you see there is the National Flood Insurance Program's minimum requirements. Those are things that this community and thousands of other communities around the country have to enforce in order to provide or have the allowance of flood insurance policies to be underwritten in your community. If they didn't enforce those minimum requirements, flood insurance is not available. So they're doing that. So the CRS doesn't recognize what you have to do. They recognize what's above and beyond the minimum NFIP. So a quick example would be you have a local ordinance here. It's a higher regulatory standard. It's a 1-foot freeboard. You actually have some other higher standards than that, but I'm just giving you as an example. That's a higher standard than what the NFIP requires currently. So you earn credit points on that. You have parks, parcels of land that are in your community that are preserved as open space. You don't allow development on it. Well, if there's not a structure on it, there can't be a flood loss. So you earn credit for open space. So that's just a couple of ideas that we're talking about here. So anything you're doing above and beyond the NFIP, the CRS is going to be able to allow credit points to be assigned to whatever that activity is. And that's how the CRS works. Next slide. Okay, so this is key, especially the next slide. Right now, the CRS works where the Class 1 is the best class you can earn, and that offers a 45% discount for policies that are currently in the special flood hazard area. And you can see right down to 10. And then you see the other column that says non-SFHA, that's a special flood hazard area. You do earn some discount, depending on what class. It jumps from 5 to 10. Then there's another policy called a preferred risk policy, and it's a very low-cost policy. The limits are the coverage allowance, or it's not very high limit. It's kind of a safety net policy for people outside of the special flood hazard area. So it's already a discounted policy. So those never have earned CRS credit from the beginning of the CRS. Now, I'm gonna have them switch the slide here in a minute. I want you to see what happens. Watch that chart, and now flip the slide. Okay, so here's what's going to happen coming up in October with this new risk rating 2.0. The CRS discount is going to apply to any and all policies, whether you're in the floodplain, the special flood hazard area, or you're not. That's what's going to happen once a policy renews. So this is a huge breakthrough. Right now, you can look at a Guild from FEMA. He can obviously provide this information. You can look and see what the premium is written in your community, and then you can determine what class you are, and you can get a discount. But the good news is, once policies start renewing after October 1, it may be next July before this happens, but eventually it will catch up, and your policy will be discounted at the same rate as someone not in the special flood hazard area. Next slide. Okay, so Brian just went over the goals. Again, we're trying to promote just more comprehensive floodplain management, which hopefully will avoid flood damage, mitigation opportunities, helping support the freeboard regulation by you knowing, okay, I'm getting a discount because we have higher standards. And we're also trying to potentially mitigate a potential flood. And then, of course, there's always been a goal to increase the flood insurance policies in a community, because that's what's going to provide you the benefit. We had a call today, or a lady on the state NFIP coordinator was mentioning a statistic after Hurricane Harvey. The average claim for someone who had a policy after Harvey, had a flood claim, received somewhere on the average of around $25,000 or $30,000 per claim. That's an average. So there was, someone without flood insurance likely received what FEMA calls individual assistance, IA. They probably received $5,000 at best. And I'm from Florida. I've seen this every year, hurricane after hurricane. The IA certainly helps, but it's not going to rebuild or help restore you to where you were pre-flood, pre-damage. Next slide, please.
Let me correct that number real quick.
Okay.
The actual amount paid out for an NFIP policy during Hurricane Harvey was $118,000. The average amount for disaster assistance was $4,400. Huge difference in numbers.
So that just shows you the importance and the value of having flood insurance, staying in the CRS, earning as high as points as you can to get even more discounts. Okay, so I put together this just to help you understand what does a new community have to do to enter the CRS. Because I'm working with a new community just recently. Well, first off, FEMA has to approve that this is their program. The Insurance Services Office is a company I used to work for. I was one of the earlier ISO specialists, so I've been with them for years, but I'm not there now. I work for Tetra Tech. But I've been around a long time. So it's their program, but they have contracted with ISO to do these periodic cycle visits and recertifications, and just to make sure that a community continues to do what they said they're doing in their initial application. So FEMA has to sign that off, sign off on a community participating. Something that's new from the latest, well, it's January 1, basically. Now the CRS, about every 5 years, there's a new manual. Well, 2017 there was a manual, then 2021 they just did an addendum to the manual. One of the changes was they wanted communities to say, okay, how do you maintain construction certificates or elevation certificates? And there are other certificates as well, but you probably are most familiar with the term elevation certificate. So how do you maintain those? How do you monitor them? How do you review them? This is a new change, an addition that communities now have to do once they cycle up, and I'll explain that in a minute. So I think this is what has been impressive for our FEMA region, is that now Bel Air has to explain, how do I maintain these ECs? How do I make sure that they're accurate? And they have to be accurate at 90%. So that's a huge jump. That's fostering that comprehensive floodplain management that we talked about earlier in one of the goals. For any community that wishes to obtain a Class 8 or better, they have to have 1 foot of freeboard. Now, you're going to be fine there. But there are communities who are having to scramble and try to figure out, how do I get past an elected body that we're going to make everyone elevate another foot above the FEMA elevation. Prior to this risk rating 2.0 that Gil will talk about, I did a little study on freeboard because I was running into, in Florida, people were becoming a little bit resistant to it, especially after a storm, and you got to rebuild. So I went back to the ratings, and before all the loadings that you have on a FEMA, on a flood policy, the 1 foot freeboard offered 45% discount on the base rate. Now, this is prior to what's about to change, risk rating 2.0. It still may have an account, but so that's like a Class 1 CRS, the 45% on a base rate. So there are tremendous benefits to elevating your structure to at least 1 foot above the minimum BFE. Next slide. Did it change? Oh, there we go. All right. So another item you have to respond to is your repetitive loss. And every flood, more structures are becoming flooded, and next thing you know, you have structures that have had 2 or more claims of $1,000 or more in a 10-year window. And so the CRS makes you account for those repetitive loss. And you have to do certain activities that kind of address what is the cause of the flooding, what could be an option, maybe a grant to have a house elevated or a neighborhood elevated. So you have to kind of go through a process of addressing your repetitive loss properties. Next slide. Okay, so you also have to demonstrate that you can earn at least 500 points. You have to at least show that the classes, if you remember back when those 1 through 10 classes, those were 500-point intervals. If you have less than 500 points, you're a Class 10. If you have 500 to 999, you're a Class 9. And it just goes on. So you have to show for a new community that you can earn at least 500 points. And then if you want to go for Class 6 or better, there's another requirement of having your building code has an evaluation about every 5 years. And I believe y'all are 4. You're a 4. So you would meet that if we were able to secure a Class 6, which I sure hope we can. So those are some of the new, some of the requirements or prerequisites for a new community. Next slide. Okay, so you probably will hear me mention a new application, a recertification, a cycle, things like that. So I just want to explain that. So a new application is obviously a first-time submittal of an application to participate in the CRS once FEMA signs off that you're good to go. A recertification is something that has to be conducted annually. It's kind of a little paper exercise, but it shows ISO, who shows FEMA, community A, B, and C, and all of them are still committing to implementing and enforcing the regulations for what we earn credit for every year. That happens every year. You have to spend time. And, some of these communities, I'm working with one right now that's a Class 5. This cycle is taking close to 100 work hours. A recertification probably takes about 30 to 40 work hours, depending on your class. So I'm trying to point to the fact that this is not just a little something that you just do on the side. The CRS is quite involved, and I've been doing this for over 30 years, and I can just tell you, I get comments often. The documentation is really difficult. It's a lot of hours, a lot of work. Yes, it is. But you're being rewarded, the residents are being rewarded by a discount on your flood insurance. Then at any time, you can request what's called a modification. And that would be your new application got you to this point, and then now I think I can modify and increase my points and actually reach the next better class, whatever it might be. You can't just add 50 points to an existing application. You have to at least achieve the next class. So that's what we have there. The next item is cycle verification. Sometimes I just call it a cycle. And it's usually 5 years, but FEMA and the CRS task force, which I was a member of at one time, we started bouncing around. Why is it that communities that have, it used to be if you're a Class 5 or better, 1 to 5, you cycled every 3 years. Well, there are communities that are Class 5 that they don't have very many policies. Roseville, California is a Class 1. They don't have a lot of policies because they bought out many of the structures, and that's how they earn so many points. That's one of the activities I'll explain in a few minutes. And then you got a Miami-Dade County, Florida, that was a Class 6 at one time that gets millions of dollars of flood insurance discount, and they only cycle every 5 years. So now they're looking at possibly looking at your policy class, your policy count, and not just your class for a cycle. So right now, majority of the communities are at a 5-year cycle. So that's something that you have to just completely redo your new application that you did initially. It's a total wash, and you just start all over. And of course, in a 5-year period, often, or 3-year period, there could be a manual change. Like I said, we're working on a 2017 manual, but we have a 2021 addendum. So things change. And this entire program has grown. I started in 1990. We did training in 1989. And what I look at now compared to back then is so much different. But we've seen better mitigation. We've seen improved techniques. So there are reasons for that. Next slide. I'm going to pick it up a little bit. All right, so these are the activities. There's 19 of them. And, I'm not going to explain, but maybe one or two. Elevation certificates, obviously, that's a very key activity. You're required. You have to maintain elevation certificates at 90% accuracy level, or doesn't matter how many points you can earn, you don't get to participate. There's a flood warning, activity 610. I like that one. It kind of involves emergency management. There's open space. There's floodplain management planning, which Bel Air was participating in the Harris County Hazard Mitigation Plan. It earned 277 points. Remember that 500-point increment? That's over half a class that you already earned. So next slide. Okay, so where are we? Well, we submitted to FEMA Region 6 a plan to restore their CRS participation. And it came with some ideas of, one is called a substantial damage plan, SDP. That's where we look at previously identified substantial damage properties, structures that maybe didn't flood after Harvey or some other storm or flooding event, but they have the potential because their elevation perhaps is low and they just didn't get flooded last time. And we do a study and we make a determination of next flood, these are the ones we go to first. And we want to make sure we follow up because FEMA makes sure that, remember that NFIP minimum requirements, you have to maintain very strenuous substantial damage record keeping. Because once that structure in the floodplain is damaged to 50% or greater, it has to meet all the new standards, and usually that requires elevation, and that's a no-go. FEMA will not allow you to go past that if you fail to do that. So that was part of our plan. So we're in the process of identifying, looking at the entire town or city, excuse me, and then we're going to reach a class. We're going to get a class 9 back in April of next year, and then with the intent and I can assure you this will happen. As long as FEMA agrees, we're going to go for a class 7 or better to get you back to where you were previously. Next. Okay, so I just mentioned the new application we submitted will be effective April 1, 2022. That'll be a class 9. And there's only 2 months in each year that you can have a change in class. So if you want to get an October effective date, your modification or your new application had to be completed before April. And in the same way, if you wanted an April effective date, it would have to have been completed by the previous October. So it's a 6-month window there. And like I said, we're going to have a modification ready for FEMA to approve and review and it'll be effective October of the following year, 2022. So you'll be right back where you were. They will be having to recertify this year. There'll be a limited certification since the effective date is until April, and then we'll look forward to the next cycle verification in 5 years or maybe another modification. Okay.
All right. Yeah. So.
Okay.
Thank you, Danny.
Right.
And so, what happened? I mean, that's kind of a question on everyone's mind, and we do want to be able to address that in a way that we can avoid issues like this in the future. So there was 2 things that were really happening. ISO, they had scheduled part of their cycle visit, our 5-year cycle visit, in August of this year, and a timeline there, kind of a high-level timeline. That cycle visit was scheduled for August. It was done virtually due to COVID, due to, I think, a number of miscommunications. Kind of looking back at documentation, it looks like there was miscommunication, and essentially ISO says we're going to recommend a retrograde. They issued that draft letter of recommendation to retrograde in January, and in June is whenever FEMA acknowledged that retrograde as well. Now, completely separate from the ISO 5-year cycle, there was also a FEMA community assistance visit, or a CAV, another acronym for us to keep up with. So, and as mentioned, these things were really being handled completely separately. In January, FEMA, January of 21, FEMA conducted this community assistance visit. And again, I think there was a series of miscommunication and kind of looking at what happened through that. That CAV remains open, though, and it also provides us a vehicle to re-enter the CRS program, and that's kind of how we're working with FEMA in being able to do that. So kind of down there in bold and highlighted, what we really want to highlight is the steps going forward, and that's our CRS renewal plan. And we are addressing all of these issues that have been reported to us by ISO and by FEMA. So, next slide.
And Danny and maybe even Gil, you have anything else to add there?
I do. So retrograde is something that we don't like to see. And oftentimes we get a response from the community is, what can I do? And then, the lines of communication will often just drown out because it's beyond their means, or they simply don't want to have to catch up with what is required for the CRS program. I would like to applaud the community. As soon as the realization of what was happening took in their plan to come back into the CRS program, not only as what they were, but also possibly go to a higher level, a better level, has been nothing short of astounding for us at region. In fact, this is the only time that I've ever approved a community to come back in after a retrograde within 6 months. Normally, we require a year time frame to the community to gather what they need, make sure they're organized before they come back into the CRS program. So I have no doubt with the plan that the community has put together and help with the contract help that they got, that we will achieve that at least a 9 according to the first cycle, and then achieve higher ratings after that. So the response has been very, very just well appreciated for FEMA at Region 6. The CAV is it's a community assistant visit. It's a comprehensive assessment of a community's floodplain management program. It's a very in-depth. It's we don't like to say the word audit, but it's an audit. And we can go back 5 years. We can go back 10 years. We can ask for all the records in regards to a community's floodplain management program. So it is something that is complicated, and it's something that has to be done to ensure that the communities are enforcing to minimum standards. And then when you add on top of that the CRS revaluation cycle, it's a lot. It's a lot for a community to do. So we appreciate the work the community has put in to resolve this, and we'll see how this rolls out. But according to everything we have seen at the regional level in regards to the correction of this, I think we're well on track to get you back into the CRS at a very good rating.
All right, thank you.
Thank you for all of you in attendance, physically, virtually. Current status, the CRS rating is a 10, as you've heard, October 1st, 2021 to April 1st, 2022, retrograded from a 7 to a 10. New application is being processed to approve CRS rating 9. We'll continue working toward additional increases in the rate, which is a lower number. Reviewing, revising permitting and development services processes. We're devoting more time to spelling out the process, the needs, resource allocation, prioritization, verification, and maintenance of records, and then insurance variables, timing of renewal, policy deductibles. And actually, I'll turn it back over to Gil.
Okay. Risk Rating 2.0 Equity in Action is something that is being released by FEMA, the National Flood Insurance Program, Flood Insurance Directorate, as effective October 1, 2021 for new business. So what is Risk Rating 2.0? Well, it's a new methodology that we are going to be using to write flood insurance, to come up with a more fair, more equitable determination on how your flood insurance costs are considered. Right now, under the legacy system, it's unfair. We have lower valuation homes that are, in essence, subsidizing higher valuation homes because we go off of flood zones. You could have a house that's $100,000 right next to a house that's $250,000. And because if we go off of a zone, they're going to have very similar flood insurance costs. That's really not fair because we all know that the house that has $250,000 is going to have more damage. Well, we're going to make it more fair. Instead of using flood zones and BFEs, we're going to go off of individual risk assessments for each building in our 5 million policies in FEMA's book of business. So this is going to be a change. It's going to be a drastic change, and it's a transformational leap forward. Currently, the methodology to write flood insurance is based off of 70s actuarial science. Woefully outdated, very complex, and it's confusing. Leads to a lot of mistakes on how we write flood insurance currently. Under Risk Rating 2.0, we are eliminating a lot of the complexities that is the NFIP right now. We're making it easier for agents to be able to communicate what is Risk Rating 2.0 to their clients and our insured. We're making it more fair. We are addressing other variables as well. Under the legacy system, we only really focus on one peril. Either it's going to be flooding, but it's either going to be flooding from coastal storm surge or it's going to be flooding from riverine. Well, in reality, a house can face multiple perils. You could face flooding from coastal, riverine. You could face tsunami. You could face Great Lakes, coastal erosion. None of those variables are being calculated into the current premium. Well, that's making it to where the NFIP is not sustainable. For the past 5 years, we have paid out $1.4 billion a year in claims. A lot of these policies are subsidized or lower rates than what we see in the private sector. We can't sustain this as a federal agency. We have a set budget. The claim pays out, or the claims that are paid are often paid out of the premiums collected. And we're not collecting enough, and we're experiencing more and severe disasters. So to change this, we are transitioning to Risk Rating 2.0. So there are going to be increases. One of the main variables that are going to be taken into consideration is the proximity to flooding source. As mentioned earlier, elevation has been a big factor right now in determining your overall flood insurance premium. Elevation will still be a big factor under Risk Rating 2.0. So new construction, new development with the 1 foot freeboard, that's great. I'd love to see 2-3 foot freeboard. That just makes you more resilient, gets you back into your home faster after a flooding event. But those are still going to remain factors, but additional variables are going to be added in, such as the construction type of your home. Masonry construction is just more resilient when it comes to floodwaters, so therefore it experiences less damage. So if your house has masonry and is supported on brick, concrete, stone, you're going to have a lower rate than if you are a wood frame construction or metal type construction frame house. So we're starting to come in line with industry best practice, insurance industry best practice, which we have been woefully behind for decades. So a lot of what I just mentioned is already being done in the private sector. The catastrophic modeling that is going to be the backbone of how we rate flood insurance is going to happen in behind the scenes. We are making it easier for agents to write flood insurance by creating what's called the risk rating engine. And this engine is just like what you see on a calculator for insurance companies on the internet. You input your variables, and a few minutes later, you get a premium quote. Now, some people will compare it to a black box, and that's not true because we know what the variables are going to be used to write your flood insurance premium. What we don't see is the algorithm doing the work in the background. It's going to ping all these data sets. It's going to ping your elevation location. It's going to ping your first floor height. It's going to ping if you're close to a flooding source. It's going to ping if you're close to a tsunami source. Then it's going to ping your flood loss history. And then it's going to do all that in a blink of an eye like computers do. And then we're going to get your premium at the end of this. So you are going to know what the variables used to write your flood insurance. It's just going to happen on a calculator instead of having an agent have to look up an old-fashioned rate schedule as we do now. So it's really a transformational leap forward. I would like to say that we are leading the way, but in reality, we're just catching up to what the private sector already has. So I can literally talk about Risk Rating 2.0 for hours, but that is really it in a nutshell. It will go effective October 1 of this year for new business only. If you have a renewal after October 1, but before April 2022, you can go get a quote from your agent. If the quote shows that you're going to get a decrease in your flood insurance premium, you can opt into Risk Rating 2.0 upon your renewal. If it does not and you wish to stay with the legacy system, you have that option. As of April of 2022, all of FEMA's book of business, so every policy we have, will transition upon the renewal time to Risk Rating 2.0. So this is something that it is happening. Some of the benefits about this, the CRS discount, as we saw on the presentation, was only available for those who reside in the special flood hazard area. Under risk rating 2.0, as our colleague mentioned here, it will be available for every building in the jurisdictional boundaries of the city. So that's a good thing, especially if we achieve discount rates up to 30, 25, 30%, no pressure. But that could offset any potential cost or increase of flood insurance premiums. So that's risk rating 2.0 in a nutshell.
Thank you, Gil. Brant, next slide, please. All right, Bel Air CRS Renewal Plan. October 2021 identified standards for substantial improvements and substantial damage, SI and SD inspection procedures. We're going to put those in place, protocols. How those determinations are delivered, that's typically by letter. Tracking mechanisms are same, and how the appeals process works. That has to do with people disputing a substantial damage determination, usually with an appraisal, professional market appraisal for the pre-flood valuation, or a design professional or a contractor who comes up with a different estimate. November 2021, inventory of homes in the special flood hazard area below DFE, and Chapter 9 text changes. Those are building codes as well as our stormwater damage and flood mitigation codes. I will define and clarify the design flood elevation, substantial improvements, and substantial damage. DFE is essentially the 500 year in the city of Bel Air now. That can be anywhere from 1 foot above base flood to 3.5 feet above base flood elevation, depending on where you are located. And that's roughly a southwest to southeast track across the city. March 2022, take those changes to Chapter 9, which unfortunately we recently had changes in December of 2020, but we're going to make some more modifications. I will align those with the 2021 International Building Codes to ensure we don't have discrepancies. I did so in the city of Jersey Village, and I was the only code official in the greater Houston metropolitan area to have done so. April 2022, secure a CRS rating of 9, the highest we can achieve. October 2022, achieve a rating of 7 or better. Again, we're shooting for better. Continued assistance with verification by third-party consultants, maintenance and improved tracking, permitting, inspections, and record maintenance, aforementioned. Next slide, please. Goals, a positive impact for residents, improving, again, our systems, improve CRS class, and improve public outreach, public information, mapping and regulations, flood damage reduction, warning and response. I'm sure many of you all received a letter last month. Next slide, please. How does it affect residents? If policy renews October 2021 to March 2022, no CRS discount. April 2022 to September 2022, we plan on a 9 for 5% discount. After October 2022, planning on a 7 or plus, maybe a 6, so a 15 or 20% discount. And that's anticipated. Next slide, please.
Great. Thank you all very much. So at this time, we will begin our question and answer session. Please remember that we do have a 5-minute limit for speaking and asking questions of the panelists, and then they can engage with you and answer your questions back and forth. We do have one virtual question that we'll start with, and then I will begin calling up the people that did sign to speak. So we do have a virtual question. What is the total cost to Bel Air residents through higher insurance costs over the next 3 years? Can anyone answer that question, or are you able to answer that question?
That would be very difficult to answer because even flood insurance rated now are based on unique characteristics of each house. So there is no set average. Comparing one house to your neighbor's house is like comparing apples to oranges. The variables are unknown. Amount of deductibles, the amount of coverage, each house are going to be different. Is a house pre-firm? Is it grandfathered? The amount of coverage on the house. So having a general or an average would be really, really difficult. I can tell you, though, under the legacy system right now, there has been an annual increase. It's required by Congress. It's called the Homeowners Flood Insurance Affordability Act. The rate increase was no more than 5%. No less than 5%, but no more than 18%. So there has been rate increases every year, and that will continue under Risk Rating 2.0. Statutory cap on increase is 18% on Risk Rating 2.0. The average last year was 12%. So you're still going to see increases with flood insurance costs. And it's something that will continue. Under Risk Rating 2.0, the difference is you are going to be finally identified what is your full risk rate for your house. Under the legacy system, we don't have that. The increases would increase perpetually because we don't know what that risk is. Risk Rating 2.0, we do. So when you hit full risk rate, your premium increases will stop. There may be slight increases for administrative costs, fees, or surcharges, but for the risk assessment part, the premium will stop increasing. So I'm sorry, I can't answer that more specifically, but too many variables to be able to take that in consideration.
Thank you. All right. We have our first speaker this evening is Jim Burrow, and I will give you a 1-minute timer when you hit 4 minutes.
Good. Jim Burrow, 4613 Holt. I've worked in emergency management for about 30 years. I'm one of the designers of the Texas Medical Center's flood mitigation plan. When you made the statement, you tended to gloss over the core issue that I really need answered. I know how complicated FEMA paperwork is. Okay, I've dealt with it in the hospital for many, many, many years. I'd kind of like to understand when you mentioned the fact that there was a breakdown in communication. Exactly what kind of breakdown was that? Was it a misunderstanding of the rules? Was it a misunderstanding of what was being requested? Or was it simply the inability to meet the goal?
Yeah, and I guess in response to that, thank you for the question, and thank you for being here to ask it and with your interest. From what I understand, whenever I say miscommunication, essentially the requested documentation was not provided, and I don't know. I can kind of come up with my own conclusion, but I don't know if there was a solid understanding of what the impact of not providing that documentation. It's difficult for me to say though why that didn't occur, but I do know that the required response was not provided, and as a result, the recommendation for retrograde occurred.
Let me just jump in here real quick. Having done this for many years, ISO is required to send, after they do a visit, in this case it was a virtual because of COVID, but still it's a visit. They then send within like 3 business days they call it a missing documentation letter, and you have 30 days to respond. And if you fail to respond within 30 days, they do another a 15-day letter after that, and that's kind of your final warning. And in reading, because I'm coming on trying to figure out, okay, how can I help? I look back at some of the exchanges, the email exchange, and there just simply was a lack of response. And I don't know who it was, it doesn't matter to me, but whatever happened, the system failed. It didn't, the ECs were not accurate. That was one glaring. It didn't matter if you retrieved all those points, which would have required missing documentation to have been provided. Because the elevation certificates were not even close to 90% accurate, you wouldn't have been able to participate anyway. So and I don't know who maintained elevation certificates back then. I know this guy's doing a good job on it. So, there were some. It wasn't just one failure here. It was a combination of just some, and I think the impact likely was not understood. I mean, and look, I've seen communities come and go out of the CRS for years, and I know one that took 5 years to come back. Another one that took 10, and you would know their name in Florida if I mentioned them, because they simply dropped some standards and documentation. So it's not like he said, it's not what they want to do. They don't want to kick anybody out of the CRS, but there's standards. If you don't have standards, you don't have a program.
It's the typical emergency management Swiss cheese, where eventually all the holes line up and stuff drops through.
Okay, thank you. Our next speaker is Andrea Ellers.
Hi, how are you? I just want to make sure I understand a couple of things that you guys said. So one of the things I heard was that for a recertification, that's approximately 30 work hours of activity. Is that what I heard you say?
I said that. It depends on how many points and what class you are.
Sure.
If you're class 9, it's probably not going to take, that's a 500 points. That doesn't take much at all. But if you're a 7 or more, it's going to take some time.
How much is some time?
Well, you have to document, like if you apply to certain activities, like this one activity requires public outreach. That means you have to maintain those outreach activities and projects that you send out to the community or you hand out at fairs or whatever you want to call them. You have to make sure you do that every year. Even during a COVID year, you have to do something. So it just depends on what activities you apply to. But the average, I think, is pretty fair to say a class 7 or better is going to take about 30 hours.
About 30 hours. Okay. And another thing you mentioned was that a retrograde ruling was issued in January, or a retrograde activity, and that would normally constitute some furious activity on someone's part to get some documentation together, potentially?
The retrograde letter was sent out in June by FEMA headquarters. It was identified prior to that.
Right. It was identified in January and acknowledged in June.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
That meant ISO had done their multiple contacts to the CRS coordinator with a lack of response, whether it was the activities documenting the credit points and or the accuracy. Because when you submit elevation certificates and they find errors, they send them back and say, here are the errors. Can you go back to the surveyor, or if the community can correct them, they can do that. And that never occurred.
Right. So there was an opportunity to correct, but it just maybe didn't quite happen, is what you're saying.
It didn't appear to happen just by reading the correspondence.
So the last thing I want to bring out is that I've heard a lot about communication being an issue with getting this documentation together, staying on track for schedules, et cetera, et cetera. And I like your analogy of Swiss cheese when all the holes line up, right? Part of what I do as a daily part of my work is project planning and having a very strict, very long project plan that, is updated on some consistent basis. And, there are meetings held to discuss it, make sure the progress is on track, et cetera, et cetera. So my question is, does the City of Bel Air, along with, I saw some monthly activities listed, plan to put together a detailed project plan that, in order to get some of the trust back from the residents, might be put in a public place, say the website, and a commitment made to update that, at least say weekly, so that the citizens can follow the progress? Because for some citizens, their flood insurance is really expensive. And the flood 2.0 was great. I took the training for that, and it looks really exciting for go forward. But for right now, a lot of people might be hurting with additional dollars that they're paying out due to this, series of miscommunications. So is it possible that we might be able to do something like that? Because I think that would really help the citizens.
Well, I mean, yeah, I'll start, but when we put together this new program and plan, it will require someone to manage the plan, especially after an event, an incident. You've already seen Christian talk about what he's going to be putting in place with the upgrade in the regulations. I think, as our FEMA colleague here has said, a page has turned, and he's never let anyone back in this quick. So I think there should be some faith in that fact. I've never seen anybody come in this fast, and I don't live in this region, but
We're a very special city.
you are a very special city. I kept seeing this acronym COB, and I couldn't figure out. Close of business? No, it's City of Bel Air. Okay, I get it now. You are very special.
Yeah.
So I just believe, look, this transparency that's going on right now, I don't know that I've seen this but one or two other times in my 30 years of working with the CRS.
Don't you think it's great?
It's fantastic, and he's identified that. So I think the renewed faith should be on display right here. And with the impact, look, the CRS often, and I bet you he will admit this, that oftentimes the CRS is used as a carrot. Okay, I see something wrong in this CAV, and you've got to be compliant or the carrot's going to go away. And that happens all the time. It worked. You're seeing a whole new, you're going to see a better than a Class 7. So I hope this does restore. I hope this all day today. We've been meeting one-on-one, and we've done this. I mean, the transparency is just transparent.
Let me also add, when we are conducting a CAV, we always find violations, no matter how good a community tries to. We find violations. And we ask the community to develop what's called a corrective action plan. Now, it may not be official city guidance, but it's what we require to have them come up and have a fully compliant CAV.
Right.
So they have presented us with their corrective action plan for the CAV, and also that addresses the CRS issue and to bring them back in. So if we did not see a very strong corrective action plan, we wouldn't have allowed them to come back in with a 6-month break instead of a year like we normally do. So in my opinion, all it's going to take for them is to adopt their corrective action plan and put it into city guidance or city, I don't know how you want to do it. But that plan of what we saw with the compliance specialist, Lauren Fulton, and I led us to the conclusion that the city's on the right track. So
That's great news. And
yeah,
on behalf of all the citizens of the city of Bel Air, thank you for making an exception for us so that we got back into the program faster.
Yeah, and like I said, I would not have if actually the first call was with Brant. Called me up and what can we do? What do we need to do? And I was surprised because it was call after call after call. He said, I've done this, what else? I've done this, what else? I'm like, whoa, okay. And then, here we are, as a direct result of their action on this.
That's super. I just will request again that that plan be public and updated so that it can be seen, because the trust is rising, but probably slower than normal due to what just occurred. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
And Ms. Sellers, just before you head off, I will, for the sake of everyone here and watching, we approached this in kind of a 4-step approach, whereas the first 2 steps would be this fiscal year. The first one was to immediately get the application in to secure that 9 in April. The next step, which is what we're in the middle of right now, is coming into compliance, addressing all of the CAV issues. Come after October in our next fiscal year, that kind of puts us in the 3rd step, which is really getting into the details of what the new program will consist of. And then looking at kind of, what else can we do, that sort of thing, to make sure that we have a program that's sustainable, that we can maintain, and, kind of look into the years out, and we know that we'll be okay, and we won't end up in this situation again. So I did just want to mention that kind of relative to the welcome.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Laura Zito.
Want to say anything? I don't mean to sound confrontational, but it probably will. So apologize in advance. Gil, you're with FEMA, is that correct? And Danny, you're with Tetra Tech, the consultant. Christian, you're with City of Bel Air. Brian,
I'm with City of Bel Air.
you're Siobhan's interim, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
You're picking up the pieces. Okay. So Gil, is it because Tetra Tech is such a great consultant that you gave us a pass and let us back in at the 6-month point where you've never done that before for any other community?
No, I've never heard of the company before we started our talks. So first, our communication was with Brent. It was the effort of the community to bring in the contractor on their own. But Brent was pretty clear about his intentions of getting back into the CRS program and what do they need to do it. So I've never met him before this, and I never even heard of Tetra Tech before this.
Okay. Just wondering if you made mention of the fact that you worked for ISO. ISO, let me understand this. It's like I'm a student, and I have homework to turn in, and I have a teacher's assistant or an aide that's able to look over my paper ahead of time and point out deficiencies. And before I've got to turn in my paper, I get an opportunity to fix all of the problems so that I can turn it into the teacher, which is FEMA, and hopefully get the best grade possible. Is that a fair analogy?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So, but let's say my parents are paying for my teacher's aide, and I start to rely on that teacher's aide too much so that they're having to correct too much of my work, and I'm not really putting forth enough effort on my part. And so in order for me to graduate and get into a good college, I have to keep having my parents pay for the teacher's aide, Tetra Tech, the consultant. So for right now, I understand that there is a 2-year contract that y'all are being paid $70,000 to fix what Bel Air messed up. Is that right?
I don't think it's 2 years. I don't know what it is. I'm not the project manager. I'm just the worker.
So you don't know the numbers, and when you said it would take 30 hours, you don't know your hourly rate that would be charged to the city?
I can clarify that.
That's
helps.
we've got two different things here. That you're making good points, but let me help you with one thing here. We were not called in to run their CRS program. We were called in to help them get back into the CRS, and then we leave, and it's up to them to maintain it. I mean, we do have contracts for on-call to assist communities. Roseville, California, the only number one, class 1 as of now. We have an on-call contract, and we go there and help them every year, every 3 years, their CRS. But there's not very many of those on-call contracts like that. We were only asked to come assist and get the program and help them earn back their classification because of so many other activities that they are conducting, from reworking their building code, flood damage prevention ordinance. There's so many other things going on all at the same time. They wanted to not just take time and eventually get to their CRS. They wanted to get into the CRS, let's get it going now, and then they'll take it over. There was never a mention that I'm aware of that you would contract us long-term to be that parent-paid support forever.
Okay.
That was never mentioned in anything I've ever heard.
Well, let's hope that we keep it that way. But my concern is, Christian, I believe you made mention on one of your slides, third-party review. Well, who's the third party if not a consultant such as Tetra Tech? And that appeared to be something that would be ongoing year to year. Can you answer that?
The past history, there's a problem with prioritization. I will let city management know. I'll let Brian know if we need additional resources. There's a lot to CRS. And when I came on board, I said, who do we utilize to assist us with CRS with this degree of development? And I was told we'd do it in-house. And I said, I think that's impossible.
So you're not optimistic that we're not going to have to pay somebody going forward, either a
No,
full-time position?
I'm actually optimistic about a new permitting portal that we have and an ability to enhance efficiencies and then to determine where we're at once we get back into the program at a 7 or a 6. That's when we talk to city management, look at budgets, look at what the priorities are, and if we need additional resources, then we'll convey that to the city manager.
Well, what about managing your data? It seems like there was a failure on the part of the Development Services Department in terms of managing data. And I will let you know, for example, I have requested documents from the City of Bel Air, which would be housed within the Community Development Department, specifically as to a plan development.
Right.
And unfortunately, some documents cannot be found. And, you know,
I have the same problem.
well, there's various explanations.
It's got things everywhere. It's over
whether-
here in the cloud. It's over here in SharePoint. It's over here in this S drive. It's over here in the G. We're trying to get everything into this portal.
Okay, well, I've got a new one on you. It was over at Public Works. It was
Right.
being stored there during Harvey, and everything flooded in Harvey, so we can only guess that that's what happened to it. It kind of sounds like the dog ate my homework, which to me...
Right. You know, it's a critical facility. If it's a critical facility and it's too low, find yourself another critical facility. Don't store paperwork over there.
Yeah,
Definitely.
like this nice brand new building here, right? So I'm a little concerned about the elevation certificates that, again, the dog ate my homework. They're missing. Is that correct?
There were some missing.
Well, when you say some, let's talk about, they are asking you for 90% of them. Is that correct?
Right. Well, I had.
And so what percentage is missing?
No, it's, 90%
Okay.
accuracy, but
Thank
we're
you for
we're
clarifying
missing some.
that. I stand corrected. So, but you've got over 6,000 homes in the city
Mm-hmm.
of Bel Air. Each one is going to have an elevation certificate, right?
Not with risk rating 2.0.
What we were supposed to turn in before this new program.
Right.
So all of them would have had to have had
Right. So
an elevation
once I
certificate.
started seeing the elevation certificates, asking where they were in the drives, hey, I'd like to be able to assist people with the placement of their generators, which from my drives around town have all been too low. What is going on? What about CRS? Let me look at these elevation certificates. I would utilize some of those to determine heights. I would use a flood insurance study and profile to map out the 500 a year to determine if you had to be 3.5 feet above or a foot above or whatever. I would use adjacent projects, but then I noticed there were some problems with the elevation certificates. That was confirmed once we realized the retrograde, late July, and went through the correspondence, or lack thereof, the communications that weren't followed up with, and realized like 21 out of 33 elevation certificates had problems. Actually, about 3 or 4 of them were not significant. I think it was actually a mistake on the part of ISO. But if staff's not going to respond to it, that's
Then
a
you get a
major
zero.
problem. Now, for the one house that was too low, I wouldn't know what to do about that.
So I can add on a little bit more about the elevation certificates. Elevation certificates are required for post-firm construction, new construction. There are circumstances where pre-firm homes, elevation certificates are not required for those homes.
Pre-firm?
Pre-firm is when it's built before the initial flood insurance rate map for the community. So if a house was built and then the floodplain comes in, that's called a pre-firm.
Okay.
And it's not their fault that they built where they built and then a floodplain comes in.
Came
later on.
to
Yes.
them.
Yes. So it would be unfair to require them to have elevation certificate because more likely they're going to be lower than what is required for the new floodplain management regulations. We call those pre-firm. And they don't have an obligation or a requirement for elevation certificate. So not every structure in the community will require elevation security. I'm sorry, it's been a long day. Will require elevation certificates, but post-firm constructions that is after the firm, so initially new development, those are the ones where elevation certificates are going to be required and reviewed. Now, the 90% accuracy is important because we just don't want someone to scribble a couple lines, throw a stamp on it, and say this is good. The information on the elevation certificate has to be accurate to 90% for it to count. That means the proper flood insurance rate map panel, the proper suffix, the proper map date, all that stamped and sealed color photographs, all that is properly required on the elevation certificate. So when they find errors, they can send them back to have them either fixed by the surveyor, or if the city has engineers, because the elevation certificate to be accepted, stamped and sealed by a surveyor or professional engineer. So those corrections can be made and then
In-house.
fixed.
In-house.
If it's within the capability of the in-house.
Okay.
And
And I'm
just
having
one-
the corrections made before you get a certificate of occupancy.
Can you say that again?
I'm having the
please?
corrections made before you obtain a certificate of occupancy.
That's standard operating procedure in the city of Bel Air.
Sure. It was standard operating procedure, but it was dropped. But
As of when?
I'm just saying, since I came on board, since I started looking at final paperwork,
Oh,
the
yes.
certificate of
you've
occupancy
got a
is
lot
not
of,
issued.
Oh, you've got, well, get ready for my next PIA request because I'm sure you're working on those types of things
Right.
but it's coming.
Yeah.
There's some documentation deficiencies that are really concerning, notwithstanding the fact that we lost the CRS discount. I'm a little concerned about the elevation certificates. And are we ever, what happens if, oopsie, we just don't have it?
Okay, for CRS purposes, the only required elevation certificates that they will be required to submit to ISO will be those from the date of their new application moving forward.
New construction.
Yeah, or substantially damaged or substantially improved.
Which gets to my next question. So during Harvey, people flooded who, even in the whole history of Bel Air, when we had 2015 Memorial Day flood, 2016 Tax Day flood, and then one from just a very heavy storm, not to mention back in 2001, Allison. So you've had homes that flooded, especially these small bungalows, and people that have lived in Bel Air for almost their entire life, 50, 60, 70 years. It's my understanding that everybody felt so sorry for those people when Harvey happened because maybe they had never flooded before. And they didn't want to kick these people out of the city of Bel Air. They wanted to make an exception, let them stay in their house. So an exception was made, but did that then put us in a bad position with CRS, FEMA, that we said, yeah, you're substantially damaged, but okay, next time we're not going to, you get one free bite at the apple. I mean, can anybody speak to that?
I can speak to that. So going back through the Hazard Mitigation Task Force and the paperwork and what happened after Harvey, improvements were removed from the calculation for substantial damage when they should be combined, which goes against the whole ethos and principle of the CRS program. We are starting with a clear and clean slate, tabula rasa. That's over the bridge. And we're just starting, but we're not starting 18 months from now. We're starting immediately. We're working on it now.
Okay.
Again,
This
I
isn't
think they
the only-
exercised incredible forbearance. FEMA did.
Yeah.
It did not have to do this. Region 6 did not have to do this.
Wait, say that again. I mean, explain what you're saying.
FEMA Region 6 did not have to allow us this opportunity for renewal
They gave us
to show
grace.
this forbearance.
They gave us grace.
And to address the substantial damage, unfortunately, we see that in communities that are affected by disasters when they have higher standards. And a lot of times, because they're worried about their population base, sometimes they'll relax those higher standards to allow them to rebuild. It helps them temporarily. It doesn't address the issue of the perpetual cycle of flood, rinse, repeat. They flooded once, they're going to flood again. But it allows them to repair and get back into their home. So it's a convenient fix, but it doesn't fix the overall equation. So even if something like that did happen, it happened so long ago that our inspections and our CAV, or community assisted visits, we go back 3-5 years, and then we focus moving forward after that. So as long as substantial damage is addressed moving forward, it's going to allow them to do what they need to do to get back in the CRS and have a sound floodplain management program that's so important. Minimum standards are kind of easy. They're kind of easy. But when you take that first step to the higher standards, that's where work really starts to get difficult because of manning. I swear, I've only had Dr. Pepper today. Keeping all the records, it's one thing when you're doing that in a CRS revaluation, but also we have to reach out and touch every community with a CAV every 3-year cycle, 3 to 5 years. So that means the floodplain manager, for purposes, a CAV can take up to 1 to 2 to 3 years from start to end. So it's something that is always going to be an additional requirement on the floodplain managers, and it's a lot of work. We will work with communities to solve violations. We like to consider ourselves a partnership, but at the end of the day, we're still a regulation. We're still a organization that has regulations that we have to ensure that the communities enforce. So when they don't enforce them or something falls through the crack, we can remove them from the program, which is called probation, or we can completely suspend them from the program, which no flood insurance is available. So we want to avoid that by working with communities, so we give them the time needed. But it is a daunting task. And unfortunately, when communities do relax their higher standards, they're still within the minimum guidelines. But they're just not helping their citizens as much as they would be if they did require. Now, I understand that too, because substantial damage and substantial improvement, SDSI, it's an economic challenge for homeowners. It's politically sensitive. It's emotionally sensitive. You're going to tell someone who's lived in a slab-on-grade foundation 50 years that their house is not compliant, and in order for them to rebuild, they have to elevate it to at least 1 foot above the BFE because of the freeboard. It can cost easily 6 digits to elevate a slab-on-grade home. That's outside of most people's means. So it's something that has to be taken serious, and it's something that is not taken lightly.
Okay, so my own personal circumstance, when I was reading about the new requirements in the 21 addendum to the manual, I did do my homework. I mean, I hope it sounds like I've read up on a little bit of this, but for me, I'm slab on grade. I am over in Southdale. If that means anything to you yet, Danny, we are the southeasternmost section of Bel Air. It's about 18 streets that the first street is right behind Bel Air Boulevard, and then the elevation then slopes gradually down towards the bayou until you get to the Public Works Department, where records were conveniently stored, as well as vehicles that were not removed timely. So we suffered that loss as well during the hurricanes. But what's going to happen? I mean, is my home going to be? I'm going to have to raise it this much, and if I don't, the next time, God forbid, Harvey comes, Harvey 2.0, am I going to be like the poor person that you mentioned about living here 50 years and being told 6 digits, elevate, or you've got to leave, tear it down, rebuild?
Okay, so first let me try to explain something. We have special flood hazard areas identified, right? But in essence, everyone here, no matter if you live inside the special flood hazard area or if you live in an X zone, you still live in a floodplain. It's just a question of risk. Okay. Now, things that can offset that risk is elevation. Now, obviously, it's too late to elevate your house without additional costs. But there's still some things that can be done. Replace materials that are closer to the flooding area with flood-resistant materials. Elevate electrical components so they don't get water. Those are worst-case scenarios to help you recover faster. The fact is that there is no place in the country where you ever find on any FEMA map that this area will not flood. It's impossible to predict. We have seen more and more flooding in areas outside of our special flood hazard area than we have seen in. My very first disaster, Oklahoma, 4222, 65% of the damaged buildings were outside of our high-risk flood zones. And that number has been consistent with every disaster I have worked when it comes to flooding. So we can't tell you what the variables are going to be on how the rain events. Let's be honest, Hurricane Harvey, 52 inches of rain. One of the things that we did not incorporate into our firms right now was rainfall. While NOAA Atlas 14 corrected that. They did a study, and they have found out that we have been woefully inadequate with our anticipation, our expectation of rainfall, and corrected that. And that changed things drastically. Drastically. Now we have found, for example, the city of Houston, they adopted really strict flood control measures with high BFEs because rainfall in that area was actually expected to be a lot more, to increase a lot more. So the answer to your question is the ground conditions are a big part of how your flood insurance premiums are going to be written. We can't predict where it's going to flood. What we predict is where water would be in a 1% annual event. So we stop at the 1%. We can, some engineering companies can go higher. They can provide more accuracy. But the restraints on us by Congress and our budget only allow us to go to the 1%, also known as the 100-year floodplain. We stopped calling it the 100-year floodplain because people would come up to me and say, hey, I flooded this year, so I'm not due again for 99 more years, right? And that's not the way it works. So Harvey was far beyond a 1%. And it sounds like your house hasn't seen water before, right?
Allison, it came up to my front door.
Okay.
Oh, okay. No, you asked. I'm answering there.
Yes, ma'am.
2015, after our street was redone in 2011, we figured they flood-proof, right? Well, there's no such thing, but at least it gave us that false sense of security. Well, 2015, the water was up to halfway to my yard. Then 2016, it was back up to my front door again like it was in 2001 with Allison. Mm-hmm. So my thought is, we spent a ton of money, but what did we fix? Or are we just getting more water? And, you know, I know there's lots and lots and lots and lots of variables, but perception is key. Mm-hmm. And perception, what is the little adage? Perception is reality, or
Misperception is perception.
Well, that too.
And yes, we are getting more water. In fact, last year, 2020, was the 5th year in a row FEMA has paid out over $1.4 billion in flood insurance claims. That is an astronomical amount of money. We're $20.5 billion in debt. Katrina, William, all those hurricanes in that time period cost us $14.7 billion. Water is coming. It's coming more frequently. The severity of the events are happening. And, the way FEMA charges flood insurance from the legacy system is not sustainable. So that's why we're transitioning to risk rating 2.0. But going back to your house, it sounds like you're an elevated structure. And if you want, I left my business card with Christian, so I'm more than happy to do a review of your flood insurance policy. Make sure.
I'm slab on grade. When you say I'm elevated, I'm like, what does that mean?
Not the slab
above
on grade,
BFE?
but the feel that the slab is put on. Okay. The fact that the water stopped at your yard and stopped at your door tells me that there's probably an incline and then your slab. Yeah, so that right there is one of the variables that's going to be used for your flood insurance premium under risk rating 2.0 is the first floor height compared to the lowest adjacent grade. Lowest adjacent grade is where the bottom of your foundation touches the ground. And then also the elevation of the surrounding area. So that's going to have an impact on your premium, more likely for the better.
Yeah.
Excuse me. Thank you. We still have one more person that would like to speak this evening.
Oh, darn. I just have one more question. Okay. Well, I guess I'll ask somebody else to ask it then. But thank you so much for your time. I appreciate it, and I will take you up on your offer for your business card. Where do I get that?
I've got it. I'll get it to you.
Okay. I don't want to forget.
Oh, well, I'll after this. I've got them upstairs.
I left a handful of them here, so they'll be available however they want to distribute them.
Ms. Zita, we'll make sure and email you the contact information, if that works.
Right, and we do have a follow-up email that if you do have follow-up questions, you can submit your questions to our email. I'll let you know at the end of this next speaker, Linda Elder. Is she available? No, that would be it. I don't think that she's in the room. Okay.
Do I get to come back up and ask my last question?
Might as well.
I mean, or should I ask somebody else to sign up and get up and ask my question? I mean, aren't we all about transparency? Or
Is this Ms. Elder?
I'd like
Okay. Yes, you can come on up and ask a question. Or, yeah.
My name's Jim Hotze. I'm a city councilman. I want to thank y'all very much for this presentation tonight. And I really am just overwhelmed by the air of cooperation that FEMA's showing here. And it was our fault that we lost it. And it's going to be our fault that we're going to get it back. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. We really pride ourselves at BEMA being a partnership with our communities. We want to foster a relationship with our floodplain managers and city administrations. We believe that having a sound floodplain management program helps the community get back on its feet faster, therefore helping its citizens get back in the way of life faster. So thank you.
We can do that, or Ms. Zito, if you want to visit afterwards.
I think everybody else wants to hear my question too. Is it please? Can I?
That's fine. We'll have about 5 more minutes, and then we'll have to shut down.
Less than that. So, my neighbor got a letter from someone with the city of Bel Air, and it said, unfortunately, you didn't qualify for the grant to raise your house, but keep trying. We're going to keep trying, and hopefully we can get that. Years ago when Harvey first happened, I addressed council, and there was this optimism that we were going to get grants to raise our houses to deal with this. And I was the bearer of bad news because I had inside info with other jurisdictions and how those grants, for the city of Houston, for people that flooded multiple times over in the Meyerland area, they were getting turned down, or at most 3 out of the hundreds of homes were given this after they had been on the waiting list for 4 years. So, that burst everybody's bubble, but, reality. Is anybody in the city of Bel Air really ever going to get a grant to help elevate their home? Or is this just something that they're saying, just keep trying, keep trying, keep trying?
So grants are outside of my area of expertise, but I do have knowledge on them. This is how the grant works, okay? There's multiple different types of grants. Hazard mitigation assistance, HPMG. Hazard mitigation assistance is open year-round, but it's a competitive grant. Hazard HP, I forget what that one is. Like I said, I'm not a grant. So it's available during time of the disasters. However, you have to think of the grants, FEMA, as a checkbook. We give the check to the state.
GLO.
The state works with most of the time it's the county officials to determine where the money goes within the jurisdiction of the county, such as any villages, towns, cities, etc. So they set the priorities. And when they set the priorities, then FEMA they help them with the eligibility requirements for the type of grants. Because not all grant will go towards elevation. Some grants will go towards buyouts. Some grants will go towards flood control measures such as levees or to help fix drainage. So wherever the state sets the priorities for, then that's where the money goes for. So I wish I could tell you that, you will get a grant. The fact is, the grants are competitive and they're time consuming. It can take years to get a grant. What I will tell you, though, is that you will not get one if you don't apply. It may take a while, but you will definitely not get one if you don't apply. So the floodplain manager can also help, if it's a task that's assigned to him, help prepare grants, keep them on a shelf. That way when a eligibility period opens, the grants can be submitted. But once again, it falls, FEMA gives the money to the state, with cooperation from the county, sets the priorities where the money goes. So I wish I can go more in depth on that, but that's really outside of both ours, my side as a regional flood insurance liaison, and as a floodplain manager outside of their area of expertise.
That sounds like not very good news, but thank you.
And we have, the city has applied for the FMA grant, which is the Texas Water Board, or Texas Water Development Board. And there are a number of factors. It is competitive. LMI is a component there as well, so low to moderate income percentage. And sometimes, in a community like Bel Air, that there are other places where we can, present our case, and we have been. And the plan is to again apply this year for those funds.
And Ms. Zito, I would also add that we have received, I want to say, just over $4 million in CDBG hazard mitigation grants that are going to be put towards our infrastructure. So we have been applying and receiving some. The house, the one that would raise homes, though, I know we did not. We did not receive, and I do believe that where we fell short the most was the LMI component.
Well, that's probably going to be it. That's just what Bel Air is.
But as whomever, as Gil, as you mentioned, we're not going to stop applying. So by all means, if we can assist with that on a community-wide basis or even on an individual basis for those grants, we'll be happy to help.
Yeah, because it's 6 figures to raise your house. I mean, those numbers have
it's
been
expensive.
thrown about. And when your house is worth 50% of the cost to raise it, wait, I said that backwards. When the cost to raise it is 50% of the cost of your house, it doesn't make economic sense. And unfortunately, it means people might have to leave the city of Bel Air, and I certainly don't want to do that. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I want to thank everyone in attendance, everyone watching at home, all of the members of our panel, especially Gil, Danny. Thank you so much for coming in. We appreciate it. Thank you for working with us. Thank you for recognizing our effort, Gil, and allowing us back in as you did. Danny, thank you for helping us get there. And Brian and Christian, we'll keep moving on. So, thank you all very much again. I hope this was informative and helpful.